love you lots, right? Course I do! Love you lots too!
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
Hello there. May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
You know I love you lots, right? Course I do! Love you lots too!
Hiya! How y'all doing today? Hope you didn't miss me too much yesterday because I was out watching a movie. But how are y'all doing? How are we doing? Hi, Kimmy. Hope you're doing well. I went out to watch the Demon Slayer movie last night with some friends. It ran until like I got home like not like near 10. And I was like, it's a bit late. I don't feel like it's a bit late. I don't feel like streaming. So there's why no stream yesterday. Sorry about that. If you were waiting for a stream, I had no stream yesterday. I was being social. Social! Disgusting. Talking to people in real life. Unbelievable. Can't believe it. But we're back for Savic Sunday with Eldtrich Academy. Once again, oh, I need to grab the link. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Here it is. Don't forget to check out Eldtrich Academy on Steam. It's a lovely game so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the game so far. It's been interesting. It's been quite interesting so far. I'm quite intrigued by what is happening. Fucking what's up with the old building? What's up with the old building? What's up with the monsters and such? But last week we started the Eldtrich Academy, and it started off pretty strong with wanting to be a loner. I want to be social. I want to sit with the chatty couple, the lovely couple. So we would talk. We want to call like, hey, I wanna eat lunch with y'all instead. Cause I said I prior planned that I was fucking lying at man. And things happened that night, that day. There was a lockdown called, and we were all supposed to go to the gym, but we had to figure out what the fuck happened to our friend, our classmate, I guess, not the expression for our friend, classmate who was injured at the old building entrance. So like we're curious motherfuckers, like let's go check out the old building entrance and see what the fuck's up, you know. That's smart, you know, that's so smart. And we found a monster there, but also we found some petals, some weird stone petals that gave us magic powers. And now we kind of have to, we've kind of been quote-unquote recruited / assigned by the school staff people to go into the old building, right, to try to fucking figure out what's happening and prevent any monsters from, you know, roaming through school and wreaking havoc. Jazz hands, fun. And last time, we also found out near the end of last week's stream that the monsters can apparently appear not just as a monstrosity creature, weird creatures, which are just being creatures, but apparently they can also take on the form of humans. And so they attempted to stir the pot, as some would say, stir the pot. Oh no, I'm being weird. Fans on. Sorry. Fans on. Bluetooth off. Sorry. I am doing things. We're fine. And yeah, they can apparently appear as other humans, as people, and they appeared as one of our teammates, or one of our potential love interests, if I remember correctly, as well. One of our teammates, and attacked us. But thankfully we're smart, and we're like, oh yes, that's not the teammate. That's the monster. Because we smart, we big brain, like, that's not her. Our friend wouldn't try to attack us, right? That'd be dumb. Also, why would they do that? But enough to yelling. We should probably load our game. Oh, we got to Act 2. I don't know how many acts there are in this game. But yeah, I am intrigued. Interested, where the fuck is he gonna go? What are these monsters all about? What do they really want besides to kill us, I guess? And why are they here? What's up with the old school building? So let's load the game, load our save from last week, and find the fuck out. And what was the voice I gave the protagonist? After having dinner, I text the others to tell them to meet at the entrance of the restricted building night instead of going to the club room. I think this is the voice I gave her. I don't remember. I gave her, I don't know. I'm shrugging weirdly. I don't know. My friend is not very helpful with what the fuck what they want. It is be either early my time. It is be either. It is be either is not a sentence that is correct. It is be either. It is be either. Anyway. Alchemy was the last to arrive. A bit flustered when she finally joined us. Sorry! Forgot we were meeting here, so I was just waiting at the club room. Well, that's all of us. What are the groups for tonight? Alchemy, you better stick with Cho. Kogami, you're with me. Cool. Let's head out then. Cho heads in the building. Alchemy trailing behind her. Be careful, you two. See you when the shows are over. I can English good. I can read good, yeah, totally. I still don't understand why people reach out to me like, hey, I want to read my visual novel. Even though you really shouldn't read. They don't add the last part. That's me. I'm like, oh yes, I suck at reading. If people trust to have me read their games anyways for some reason. I don't understand. It's silly like that anyways. Did I post my going live thing? I don't remember if I did. Let me check. The answer is no. It did not yet. It's still sitting on drafts. Post. There we go. Much better. Good thing I checked. Prefer for gore. Gami and I began searching the third floor of the building, checking to make sure that nothing was hiding in any of the rest of the rooms. Since I remembered to bring the master key with me, we were able to open any locked doors. I'm getting the feeling that we are going to be seeing more of these shadowy monsters soon. That does seem probable. We have already encountered 2 of them, so there are likely more. I can't believe I actually missed the monsters we fought in the first week. We continued searching the hallways in silence. Gami seemed too intent on patrolling to talk much. I can good English read, yep. I stopped to check an open bedroom door, though there was something of interest inside. I sighed and turned back into the hallway. When I did so, I saw a figure at the end of the hallway, with a fireball in its hands. Before I could react, it flung the fireball down the hallway in the direction of Kagami was standing. Kagami, watch out! Kagami turned around and noticed the fireball traveling directly at her. She had ample time to step aside and let it pass her by. I tried to face the attacker and cautiously took a few steps towards it. After getting closer, I realized it was another one of the shadowy monsters with glowing eyes. This one looked almost exactly like Alchemy. The shadowy Alchemy twirling its naginata and held it in front of her, summoning a wave of fire directed at me. I created a wall of ice to block the attack. Fire made short work of my barrier and forced me to reposition. While I was trying to think of what to do, Kagami jogged past me and turned back to nod at me. Leave the distraction to me, Miss Yuri. I have an idea. I nod, not really having any options than to trust in Kagami's plan. Kagami ran at the shadowy girl, ducking out of the way, the flame bolts being tossed at her. Once Kagami was within melee range, the shadow started swinging at Kagami with Naginata. But instead of trying to fight back, Kagami dodged the attacks and ran in circles around the shadow. The shadow twirled its weapon around, and for a moment, it seemed like it was going to catch Kagami in the back. I quickly iced over the shadow's hand, making it lose its grip on the weapon for a moment. While the shadow Akami reheated its hands with a fireball, Kagami ducked under its weapon hand, and planted a knife in its side. The shadow Kagami froze in pain. It was facing away, and I couldn't see its expression. But the shadow thoroughly distracted. I charged and ran it through. The shadow's grip on this Naginata failed, just as its hand had thawed out, causing the weapon to fall to the floor. But the shadow and its weapon began to dissipate. Kagami retrieved her knife from the floor after the monster was gone. I don't know why I fucking put accent at the very end of my accent. Whoopsies. That worked better than I planned. I adjusted my glasses and tried to figure out what the plan even was. What was your plan? I'd intended to disarm the shadow, leaving you an opening to strike. However, you crippled its ability to fight even without fully disarming it. Well, it worked, at any rate. Indeed. I rubbed the back of my neck and looked around. Okay, sorry, I need to go. Sorry about that. I need to go do a quick bio break, so we're gonna go to BRB screen real quick. And I'm back. Sorry for that. I had to go to a bio break. It took a bit longer. Then I had to do other things after that as well. I fucking pick up the phone as well after that, which was fun. Love when I get phone calls midstream. But we are back. There's no sound in the game, right? Is there? No. No sounds right now. Okay, game sound is being captured. Just quiet in the game right now. Okay, cool. Just about checking. Alright, we're good. What was I? Ah, yes. I heard the back of my neck and looked around. Well, unless something else attacks, we better go find the others. We all met up back at the entrance to the rest. We all met back up at the entrance to the restricted building. Gally and I explained what happened with Shadow Akumi, which made the others look worried. After hearing the description, Akumi tried to force a grin. I have to. Oh, my desk. Also, my lips are a bit dry. Give me a second as I apply some chapstick. My lips are chap. Dry ass fucking lips. God damn. Alright. Yesterday, when I went to the movies. I'm not sure why I decided to buy Twizzlers when I went to the movie yesterday, but I bought a pack of Twizzlers instead of, the other candy. I could have bought Skittles, some Welch's or whatever. I could have bought gummies, but no, I bought fucking Twizzlers. Like a weirdo. Twizzlers and popcorn. And of course soda. And I brought Twizzlers back. Come on. Is that really how I look? I didn't think my eyes were so bright. They aren't. Trust me. So, you don't have the urge to write a poem about the sparkle in my eyes? Stop talking. Gami crossed her arms and lowered her head and thought. Now the monsters have taken to imitating Agni and myself. Will they also try to replicate Cho in the sea, right? As much as I don't want to fight myself, I think that's the pattern that's come up. It's a little scary if I haven't been fighting my own shadow. If I hadn't been... It's a little scary. If I hadn't been fighting my own shadow, I'd be worried that I was hurting one of you by accident. I was thinking about that too. Oh, so you do care about us. It's not that. I was thinking about Tanaka again. I can't be I still can't be sure if the other pedal builder knew they were attacking their friend or if they thought she was a monster. Kami nodded, frowning. For now, we appear to have a number of ways to determine who is real and who is a monster. Yeah, like those eyes and that shadowy stuff around them. Let's hope that sticks around. At any rate, it's getting late. Let's all get some sleep. Alright! Let me know if any of you have dreams about me tonight. I'm leaving now. I turned and walked away, not wanting to go against my word. It seems we're gonna keep finding monsters that look like us. I don't want to think about this right now. I need to rest. Eldtrich Academy. I rounded up everyone after class and brought them to the restricted building right away. I didn't want an interruption. I don't want to risk an interruption in our investigation. After everyone was present, I started considering what the plan was for today. I still haven't checked the third floor thoroughly, have we? Not yet, no. What about that door in the basement? The one with the symbol that looks like our petal. Right. We need to check that out too. Should we split into pairs again, Miss Yue? After considering that for a moment, I nodded. Yeah, might as well. The monsters have yet to attack during the day, so we should be safe in pairs. That leaves deciding who goes with who. Alchemy, you go with me. We're going to check the door in the basement. Cho, you take Kagami and search the 3rd floor. I handed Cho the master key and nodded. Make sure to lose that key. Wasn't planning to. Be careful, Miss Yue. This feels all familiar, but I've not seen this before apparently, so we're good. This just feels very familiar, dialogue-wise. Feels like I've read this before. But we haven't apparently, so we're good. Alright. We headed into the restricted building and split into our teams to investigate. Alchemy and I arrived at the door with the petal design. Just like before, the petals began to vibrate a bit as I approached the door. This thing must be connected to our petals somehow. I think you're right. They look so alike. I started checking the walls around the door for any signs of a hidden switch or something that might have locked the door. Unfortunately, nothing came up. Damn it. How does this door open? I assume you put your petals in the fucking indent. And I punched the door. But it didn't even budge. Yue? This has to be what we're looking for. So what gives? Why won't it open? Out of frustration, I started trying different things to try to break the door open. I mean, a sword, my magic, everything I could think of, but nothing seemed to even touch the door. I took a break to sit down. Akme tried a few things herself, but nothing seemed to work. I was about to go back, trying to break it down the door, when I noticed that Cho and Kagami had joined us. Done already? Done already? There was nothing of interest. That right, Cho? Cho nodded, sighing. Yeah, nothing. Did you discover anything regarding this door? We found out that it's pretty much indestructible. I don't know why I said that rather weirdly. I just did. Alchemy sighed and walked over to us, nodding. There doesn't seem to be any hidden switches, but we also can't seem to force it open. Cho reached into her pocket and pulled out her petal. My petal just started vibrating. I thought my petal started vibrating faster than it had before. I held it up to look at it. Everyone else held their petal up and looked around each other. It's getting more intense. Perhaps we need to bring all the petals here? I turned to the door and saw that the symbol was starting to shine. Look! Everyone turned to look at the door itself began to shine. After a moment, the door faded away, leaving a gap in the wall where it had been. I thought we needed one more. I thought we would need a 5th petal, because the design has 5. And there's only 4 of us, but I guess I was wrong. Guess I'm wrong. Okay. I grumbled under my breath. Wasted time trying to beat it open, when all we had to do was bring the petals near it. Cho walked towards the gap in the wall and looked inside. There's stairs leading down somewhere. I crossed my arms and considered this. Now the door was open, could find out what's so important downstairs. I'm guessing it's related to the monster, since we haven't found anything else explaining them. But it's getting late. weren't down there. If we were down that night, it'd be more dangerous. You don't know how powerful the monsters get when you're their source. Let's head back for today. What? We finally got the door open. It's getting late. We don't want to be down there when the sun sets. Miss Yuri makes a strong point. We should return tomorrow. I think I agree. There's no classes tomorrow, so we'll have all day. Huh, good point. Cho looked into the darkness beyond the gap once more, before walking over to us. Well, we're so closer to finding out what's creating these monsters. How about let's get something to eat together before we have to go monster hunting tonight? Yes, that's a great idea. Caged. That's her gym uniform. I assume that's her gym wear. That's probably her casual wear. Her casual wear is just gym. Wait, not caged, it's just caged. Interesting. Caged. Of course, you think of a good idea. Of course you think it was a good idea. I'm not opposed to that idea. I sighed. Sometimes I feel like the group leader, and more like sometimes I feel less like the group leader, more like someone being dragged along for the ride. Well, technically speaking, you were an outsider to the friend group, and you are the newest addition to the friend group. So I don't know. I'm not sure why I thought you were the leader. No offense, UA. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, ma'am. I don't know, ma'am. Alright. Let's go already. I was getting hungry anyway. Yay! Dinner! Dinner, yay! Oh, I love food. There was still some time before we had to patrol the strategic building, so I decided to see if the others were doing anything at the club room. This time, looks like Akemi had set up her laptop on the TV. Once everyone looked ready, she smiled, waved at us from behind her computer. After thinking about things a bit, I think I have picked out something that everyone here can enjoy. That sounds like a bold claim. Akemi stared at the DVD. After a few seconds, the logo came up. Caged lilies? Caged yuris? I was fully prepared to be disappointed. I had a hard time imagining liking an anime that Akemi had picked out. Just before I could slump over to rest my head, my hands. The opening video started. I felt a tinge of excitement. Having not known what was to come, I hadn't been prepared to realize that show was going to be about female swimmers. Ayo? 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 Female swimmer? Gay? Pretty gay. That's pretty gay. She's splashing. She's pretty gay. And it became very clear that the show was going to have a lot of fan service. Did I pick a good one, UA? I realized that Akemi was staring at me, as if watching for my reaction. I covered part of my face with my hand. She's also blushing, by the way, I just realized. I just realized she was also blushing. Lol. I realized that Akemi was staring at me, as if watching for my reaction. I covered part of my face with my hands, hoping I wasn't blushing. Shut up. Akemi glanced over at me, her eyebrows raised. Are you more comfortable, Miss Yuri? There's no need to be ashamed if you enjoy this kind of media. Easier to say than to feel. I realized that Cho was blushing hard, playing with her hair as she watched the scene, the screen, and the scene, and the screen. Shh! It's starting! we watched a few episodes, and I'm pretty sure all of us were fairly invested in the show by the time the alchemist paused it for a break. With a smug smile on her face, smirk on her face, Akumi turned to us and leaned in. So, what do you think of it so far? Gay women? I'll need to look into the series, I think. I guess it's not terrible. I didn't like the way the Akumi was smirking at me, so I pretended to be fixing my glasses. My glasses. Should we try to get one more episode in before we need to get to work? I was really interested in letting Akumi feel like she won here, so I figured it was best to find an excuse to get out of it. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting, okay. Okay, so whom? I think I was talking to Kagami last time. Who do I want more points with? I could do more, I could get Cho points. Or get some Kagami points. Alright. Because here, I did Akami. No, I did Cho. I did Cho here. I did... I don't know what this actually. Okay. Do we want to do manga talk? Or about game? Oh wait, the thing I did was I think we did the other choice was if we wanted to try more another round, other time fighting against Kagami in her fighting game that she likes. I think I chose to take a break from fighting Kagami, and we just ended up switching out every time. Switch out the winner every few games. So I'm gonna go for gaming. I like gaming. Big fan of game. I'm also a fan of manga, but I like gaming as well. I'm a fan of gaming. Actually, Kagami. Oh, thank you for that hashtag and hydrate, Akemi. Thank you. Actually, Kagami, can I talk to you for a moment? I suppose that's alright. Walk to either side of the room. Moving out of Akemi and Cho's way, we found a place in the corner of the room to talk. So, how difficult would it be for me to get a copy of that game? Crimson Tears? Yeah, and, how big is it? It's a small game in terms of file size. Many mods are larger than the base game. As for getting a copy, I actually have a spare CD. I could bring that over to you later. I took the glasses, feeling like I had missed something. Wait, you just have a spare disc laying around? I suppose I have been hoping to share this interest for some time. So when I started to get close to the rest of the DKB, I decided I was wise to buy a spare copy. She tugged at her scarf, glancing away. I also bought a controller, so you can keep practicing if that rather than letting me use set of controls. Are you sure you want to give all that away? It was less than 3,000 yen to procure both items, even after shipping. So, beware of input lag. I will place a controller with one of my spares if it's not functioning properly. I wasn't sure what to say, but I guess I should accept. I did essentially ask for this. Sure. I'll see if I can practice like the game a bit on my own. Very well. I'll locate the items and bring them to you when I am able. Things wound down from there. Eventually, we had to get ready to patrol for the night. Eldtrich Academy. After we finished what we were doing, I made sure everyone met up at the restricted building, as if we weren't already together. Lol. Oh well. But there were reasons not to. I was going to patrol with Alchemy tonight. Alright, everyone. Be careful tonight. We don't know what might happen now if the pedal door's open. It's gone even. We'll be sure to stay close. Alchemy managed to make it sound dirty, so I decided to ignore her. I waved at Cho and Kagami to signal that we were heading in. Let's get started. Alchemy and I went upstairs even, and started searching for the second floor for any signs of monsters. We were nudging to open the bedroom doors to check inside when Alchemy leaned against the wall and put a hand on her hip. Do you think we're going to find another shadowy clone thing? Probably. It seems to be the pattern now. So, would that mean we'd fight you or Cho then? The two of you are the only ones we haven't seen a shadow clone for. Seems like that fit how things have been developing, yes. No, it's not me. Alchemy nodded, apparently satisfied with the conversation ending there, and went to continue opening doors. I was looking up at the ceiling when I caught a glimpse of something bright out of the corner of my eye. I looked down to see that the shadowy figure was charging an electric attack aimed at Alchemy. Realized that I didn't have time to warn her, and be sure she'd get out of the way, I created an iron barrier between Alchemy and the shadowy figure before calling out to her. There's a Twizzler in my mouth right now. There's a Twizzler in my mouth. I put a Twizzler in between my teeth. One. Just started wrapping the bag up. I started reading because I was silly. I'm silly like that. Anyways. Alchemy! Watch out! Alchemy turned to see my ice barrier get scorched by an electric jolt. She shifted out into a fighting stance and summoned a fireball into her hand. Thanks to the shield. Let's get this monster out. I ran over to Alchemy's side and saw that it was indeed a monster that had attacked Alchemy. This one looked like Cho, but the darkness around it and its glowing eyes gave it away. Keep it distracted for a second. I'll see if I can end this quick. I charged the monster while Alchemy flung fireballs at it, but as soon as I got close to it, Alchemy wisely stopped shooting into the fight. I tried to make a quick stab at the shadow's gut, but deflected my strike and countered with a combo of its own, forcing me into the defensive. We locked swords, each trying to force the other into making a mistake and lower their guard. When I was able to keep up because of the knowledge I gained from my pedal, I realized that this fight had to be ended before I got tired from deflecting the monster strikes. I had no idea the monster could get tired like I could. Odds are probably not. Most of the times, monsters don't get tired at all, so I highly doubt that it'll get tired. A second. Okay, there we go. Alchemy! Blast it when I give the word. Akio was standing a few meters away, apparently reluctant to get into the fight. Are you sure? Just do it, alright? I about to strike from the monster and then forced back with a flurry of weak slashes. It blocked all of them, but it was just a ruse to get it to lose guard. Now! I jumped backwards and rolled away. Whee! And when I landed, the monster was blasted with the flames from Alchemy's outstretched hands, and was burned into a dark mist within seconds. And the monster down. I took a deep breath and stretched my arms. Glad that we were able to end the fight before I was too tired to defend myself. Talk about a fiery redhead. Huh? Seriously? That's what you came up with? Really? Alchemy shrugged.
Good morning, Aspen.
Hey, Possum!
Good morning, Miho, to you.
Thanks for the hydrate. And hydrate. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, Possum. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stomach is going well, and you're enjoying your gay game that you're not playing right now. You enjoy your gay game with the rhythm struggles, apparently. She makes me a demo of a game, not playing the actual game, I guess. Sorry. Okay, yeah, just real quick demo, not the full game. Does she want the full game? Does she want the full... Oh, it's not out yet, never mind. Does she want the full game? The full game isn't out yet, never mind, there's no full game to give. Sorry, I'm being silly. I'm being silly right now. Remind me. Anyway! Alchemy shrugged. They can't be all winners. And you're a tough crowd. I suppose at least it wasn't perverted, which is good. Whatever. Let's go find the others and see how everyone's doing. We all met up at the entrance of the building before we went back to our rooms, but there wasn't much to say. It worried me that they were already used to the idea that we'd be fighting shadowy versions of ourselves. At this rate, I might be face to face with a monster looking like me tomorrow night. Also, why are all the monsters, you know, hovering around me? That's kind of weird. Like, the other groups don't seem to be having trouble with monsters, only I am. Any groups I'm with has problems with monsters. It's heck concerning, isn't it? But let's not think too much about that, apparently. Lol. Eldtrich Academy. I headed over to the dining room for breakfast. Dining hall for breakfast. As soon as I was awake and dressed. I was planning to just grab something and head out to the DKB club room, but that plan was short-lived. I have hiccups apparently, what the fuck. A number of girls were standing around, tomato and strawberry, never mind, around a table. And out of curiosity, I peeked around them to see a familiar face. Hey, Yue! I have a sigh escape my mouth. There went my plans of the day. Kazumi stood up from her seat and said something to disperse the girls that were talking to her before running up and tugged me. Did you miss me? Not particularly. Kazumi chuckled as if it were a joke, stepped away from me and pulled up her sleeve. Look at this! My wound disappeared completely. The doctors let me come back to school early. That's concerning. I remember now. Miss Hirata did mention that Kazu would be coming back soon. Are you a scar? Nope. Cool, right? Cool? Maybe. But that certainly wasn't natural. Are you sure you haven't been feeling weird at all? Pretty sure. Why? Nothing. Just curious. Nothing, just curious. Mr. Rata not going to like this. I honestly have no idea how Kazumi could have recovered so quickly. Anyway, Misaki told me that you started a club while I was gone. She actually just went to find the Cho and your friends to see if she wanted to hang out today. Today? Then we won't have time to explore beyond the door in the research building. Actually, Kazumi, we have nothing better to do. Nothing better to do today. And he jumped a sudden voice from behind me. Cho? I turned to see Cho, Misaki, Akami, and Gami all standing behind me. Cho, we have things to do though. Today's a... Cho, please, we have things to do. We're supposed to be investigating the basement of the restricted building. I know that we want to, keep an eye on the person who was attacked a bit ago, but also, today's a free day, and free days are important, especially when we're trying to save the school and probably the world. Fascinating. Cho, I'm so happy we can hang out again. Cho smiled at Kazumi and flashed his peace sign. What? But today we were going to... Cho leaned in close to me and whispered to my ear. We'll do it tomorrow. Can't make Kazumi feel welcomed on her first day back in 2 weeks. Yes, we can. We have plans. I sighed and adjusted my glasses. I'm an asshole. Sorry, I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole, but also like, I'm thinking about the world and the safety of people. You know? Anyways. Fine. I headed to the DKB club room after grabbing breakfast. I sat to the side of the room while everyone else filled Kazumi on what had happened in the past few weeks. Everything? After the story was finished, Kazumi predictably decided to include me in the discussion. This sounds so cool! So are you like magic girls now, Yue? Why are my friends so stupid? I understand that, it's... You want to let your friends on secret, but also, like... I'm pretty sure it's better to keep it a secret. Because... safety reasons. I know she was attacked by one of the monsters, but also safety reasons, you know? We should be spilling secrets to people all willy-nilly. Please, guys. Huh? Sure, I guess you could say that. Akumi leaned in close to Kazumi and Mock whispered into her ear. He was our leader, so she works us real hard. We never get a night off for anything. Misaki seemed to misunderstand Akumi's poor attempt at a joke, so she nodded with a thoughtful expression. I'll bet that's why you've been safe these past few weeks. You four must be working hard. It's too bad the curfew. It's too bad about the curfew. I'd like to see you girls in action, in caption. Please don't offer. We can always just do a demonstration. We don't want to waste our energy, Akumi. You don't know how it all works. Miss Yuri is correct. We may only have so much energy in our petals. It would be unfortunate if we ran out during a fight. Aww. Well, if our petals are still working after this mess is over, we could show Akumi how they work. Cool! I'm looking forward to it. Our little reunion with Kazumi continued like that for a while. But most of the day in the club room, eventually the others started to disperse to get dinner before we could do up the patrol. Before we had to go Before we had to go patrol the restricted area, restricted building. Eventually, only Kazumi and I were left. I was about to suggest leaving for the dining hall when she looked at me with a frown on her face. Anyway? I need to tell you something. I didn't want to say it in front of the others. I didn't like how she was prefacing this, but it must be important. What is it? Well, remember that night that I got hurt by that monster? Yeah? What about it? Kazuya looked away, uncertainty written on her face. I didn't have time to explain how I found the monster, so I just told you where it was. But the truth is, I think I was the one who freed it. What do you mean? Kazuya took a deep breath and looked at me again. After I was done talking with Misaki that night, I started going back to my room. On the way, I thought I heard someone crying. It sounded like it was from inside the class building, so I headed over. I couldn't find anyone, but when I turned to go back, I heard someone call out to me from the hallway leading to the restricted building. In a voice, the seals were still up, the door shut, but there was a girl on the other side that told me that she was locked in there by a bully. I asked who she was. She called herself Chitose Tanaka. Tanaka? But she died years ago. Could it have been the shadow monster that looked like Tanaka? What did you do? Were you the one who tore out the seals? Yeah. I thought whoever locked Tanaka on the on and put them back, so I assumed to be able to put everything back in place. Damn it, Kazumi. You left that monster out. What did you see when you opened the door? Did you see Tanaka? No. When I opened the door, I saw something shine on the floor, but when I walked towards it, the monster came out and clawed my arm. I felt drained, as if I was falling asleep. I barely made it back to the dorm building. If Miss Hirata hadn't found me so quickly, I might have died alone. I crossed my arms and scowled. You know why I didn't want to tell the others this, right? Yeah. I told Misaki, of course, but I'm not sure your friends would forgive me. What an airhead. Out of everyone in the DKB, I'd count myself as the least likely to forgive her. I'll just tell them that Tanaka tricked you into unsealing the building. We already found some evidence to suggest that one of the monsters is praying to be Tanaka. Thanks, UA. I'm glad you're willing to cover for me. What a pain. Sure, just don't make any more mistakes. I can only hide so much. Kazi smiled at me and nodded. Right! Let's go eat something. Your curfew's coming up soon, and I need to be ready for tonight. I led Kazumi out of the club room and to the dining room hall. We may not have been able to explore the restricted building today, but now I know how this whole mess started. Something tells me that this monster praying to be Tanaka is going to be important somehow. After dinner, I had the DKB meet up in the restricted building. I briefly went over what I learned from Kazumi, explaining how the seal had been broken. As I expected, none of them blamed Kazumi for having been tricked by the monster. But now we had more important things to take care of. The patterns we've been seeing continues. We'll be fighting me tonight. Ready, Cho? Ready? We heading out? I turned to the other two and nodded. Yeah. Ready out. Alchemy. Kagami. Be careful. Don't worry. We'll make sure it's a monster. It's a monster before we poke you with something. With anything. Don't say that so playfully. We're off then. See you once it's over. Joy headed down the dark hallway. After a few minutes, I realized that I was clutching the hilt of my sword so tightly that my hand was starting to sweat. Guess I was used to fighting the other monsters, not waiting for something that looked like me to show up. You alright, you? You alright, Yue? I swapped my sword. I had my sword over my other hand, so I could wipe the sweat away before Cho noticed. I'm fine. You don't look that way. You seem a lot more nervous than usual. Even if I am, I can't keep that observation to myself. Can't you keep that observation to yourself? Don't worry about it. Let's find this monster and deal with it so we can get back to sleep. Get to sleep. Get to sleep. Not back to get to sleep. Trey gave me a concerned look, but she didn't say anything anymore. I switched my sword back to my main hand and cautiously tried not to grab it so tightly, hoping that would keep my hand from sweating. I wish this monster could just show up and get it over with. Hey, doesn't it feel a little chilly all of a sudden? I hadn't noticed it before. But after a moment, I could sense that Cho was right. It must be close. Keep an eye out. We had our weapons to the ready. I looked around. I spotted the monster first. A figure was leaning against the wall at the back of a dead end, watching us. Except her back was turned to us actually, sprite-wise. However, when I inched closer, I felt dread building in my chest. The monster was shrouded in darkness and had glowing eyes just like the others. As expected, it looked just like me otherwise. But the monster seemed disinterested, watching my movements without reacting to them beyond following me with its eyes. Is it learning? What's it doing? Just standing there. I don't know, but it's giving me the creeps. So I am trying to... Ugh. I stepped closer to the monster, cautiously. Once I was within striking range, I lunged towards it with my sword, hoping to end the fight before it begins. However, the monster's sword materialized out of thin air and parried mine easily. The look of the monster's eyes resembled boredom. That was the best he could do. I stepped back in surprise. I almost didn't understand who had spoken until I realized that I was hearing my own voice from outside. What? The monster stood up straight and summoned up a slab of ice that hovered in front of it like a shield. Cosby did say that the monster pretended to be Tanaka had talked to her, but I never expected to hear another me speak. Yuri, eyes up! I raised my sword just in time to parry a strike from that monster. I gritted my teeth and decided to put everything into the fight. If I got distracted again, it would be the end of me. Clashing with the monster, I flung ice shards at it from each direction, but it just swung its floating shield to deflect them away. Cho electrocuted her sword and leapt directly at the monster, but it moved the shield to block her. However, Cho's electrified sword melted through the shield, and it broke into shards, landing on the floor. Even though she was turned away from me, I thought I saw a grin on Cho's face. Hurry! Before it makes another one! Right. I created an ice block for a stepping stone and jumped from it, swinging my sword down at the monster from above. I'm short. She's fucking short, guys. We're short, confirmed again. Monster raised its sword to block the strike, but Cho took the opening and stabbed the monster through the chest. By the time I had landed the other side of the monster, it was already started to fade. Once it was gone, Cho pumped her fist and grinned at me. Nice! Sorry about not telling you the plan, but I don't want to risk that thing knowing. I'd been the right choice. It was able to talk after all. It probably can listen as well. I transformed my sword into the petal and put it away, wiped my hands so that Cho wouldn't see how sweaty they had been. I've had enough for tonight. Let's regroup and wait for the others. Right behind you. It wasn't long before we were all back at the entrance, planning our next move. We don't want this to continue, so we need to cut this off at the source. We only have one place left to search, so tomorrow we're going to search the beyond that hidden door. No excuses tomorrow. Alright? Everyone nodded, though I made sure to glare at Cho while I said that last bit. If all goes well, we might be done with this tomorrow. That'd be good! These things are getting creepier every day. I don't think I'll miss them. Give me a second. Okay, mission. I nodded at everyone and turned to leave. Yeah, good riddance. Anyway, we better get some sleep. We have to get up in time for classes too, after all. Miss Yue? I turned back to face Kagami, curious. Are you... well... I noticed that you were spreading more than usual after that patrol tonight. Damn it! Why did she have to say this in front of everyone? I'll be fine. Yeah, we're all gone through fighting ourselves once. We've all gone through fighting ourselves now, so... No, we haven't actually. So it's not going to be a problem for any of us. Akemi tilted her head and frowned at me. Are you sure you're okay, Yue? It's okay to be nervous. I turned my back on them and started walking away. Just get some sleep. We need to end this, so I don't want to hear that you're too tired tomorrow. I headed back to my room quickly, feeling their gazes on my back as I walked. I didn't bother them when they fought the monsters mimicking them. I didn't bother them when they fought the monster mimicking them. They didn't actually fight the monster mimic them. Why are they so worried about me? Because I'm assuming there's supposed to be one. Probably the other one came. There's two that look like each other. But also, Yue, you're the only one who's fought yourself. So that actually, I guess. Kagami fought herself as well at one time. But the other times, no one else fought themselves besides you and Kagami. So, that doesn't really work. Whatever. I need to rest up for tomorrow. It better be almost over. Eldtrich Academy. Add the DKB. Not clever in the moment the class let out. Me stopping to change clothes. Today, I wouldn't let the others get distracted. We are going to explore beyond that hidden door. If it's still there. Nope, and open, that is. Kagami was the first to arrive, nodding at me as she walked in. Greetings, Miss Yue. Akemi will be here momentarily. Good! Hopefully Cho isn't too far behind her. Kagami frowned and rubbed her chin. You are in the same class, correct? Why did you not just bring her with you? I opened my mouth to respond, but I couldn't think of a decent excuse. So I simply sighed. I didn't think of it. Gary continued to frown at me, or at least that's what it felt like. But she didn't say anything more than that on the subject. A few minutes later, Akemi and Cho joined us. We're checking out what's under the basement today, right? That's right. Are you ready? As ready as can be, I think. Then let's go. Let's get going. Wasting daylight. If that matters so deep under the ground. Before anyone could change their minds, I led them to the door we had opened 2 days ago. Weapons at the ready. We don't know what's down there. Got it! I tried to make sure that everyone everyone looked ready, then took a deep breath. Follow my lead. I began making my way down the stairs beyond where the strange door had once stood. The deeper I went, the thicker the darkness felt around me. I used my pedal's magic to create a bit of light to see by, but it seemed to get dimmer with every step downwards. The darkness outside of my field of vision became oppressive, and I checked behind me to make sure everyone was still there. After confirming that everyone was still there, I walked down the last few steps and through a stone door frame. Beyond was a cellar with bare stone walls, and floors. The room seemed to have been chiseled from the stone, as the contours of the walls and ceilings were rough. In the center of the room, giving an eerie purple glow, was a stone flower. Or at least it looked like a flower. It seemed to be carved from stone like a statue at the base, but it became more organic the further one looked from the stone, until it ended in a flower-pecked bloom. Looking more closely, I noticed that there was a shriveled fifth petal, barely visible. What is this? Nightshade. The word came to my mind as soon as I started the question aloud, as if I had been the one to think of it. I just heard a voice in my head. Did anyone else hear something say Nightshade? I heard it too. Same here. I as well. I felt my heart beat faster, despite my attempts to calm down. What sort of thing is this? There's something else down here. It must be what's making the monsters. I looked at everyone and pointed at the Nightshade, as it called itself, with my sword. Whatever this Nightshade is, we have to get rid of it. I have no arguments with that conclusion. Let's get over with then. I nodded at Cho and turned to face the Nightshade. I wasn't sure whether to destroy it, but I decided I'd figure it out as I started slashing. Let's end this. I ran at the Nightshade and swung my sword at the organic and vulnerable-looking bloom. My sword hit metal, cutting short of the plant. Huh? You ain't duck! I lowered my head as I turned, but not enough to prevent a chain from smacking me in the face. Rip glasses, I can't see now, I'm blind. My glasses, I can't see with my glasses! I took a few steps back in surprise from my face. My vision was blurry when I opened my eyes again, probably because my glasses were in pieces on the floor in front of me. Get back over here, Yue! I raised my head to see five shades approaching me, walking me off from the Nightshade. The lead was Tanaka's shade, with her Kusarigama. The others looked just like me and the rest of my DKB. Shit. I can't see. I backed away, holding up my sword. Don't hold back, everyone. We're ending this today. Cho ran to my side and nodded at me, even though I can't see. I got your back. Akemi leveled her naginata and shook her head at Cho, frowning. That's my line! Akemi joined the line and took a breath. Keep focused. We've never fought this many at once. The shades approached us, but we were ready. Let's finish this. I charged the shade that looked like me and lunged at its heart, not wanting to waste any time. I must have dodged, but I was able to skid to a stop while still in range to swing at the monster's arm. Whee! The shade flung an ice shard at me, but I chopped it in half before it could reach me and sent another 2 into the monster. I'm still blind. I'm still very blurry the vision. I can't see. Give me your glasses, Shade. Our swords clashed as we each tried to find an advantage against the other. But the monster couldn't seem to keep up with my attacks. I channeled all of my frustration over the past 2 weeks into my assault, and before long the monster was backed against the wall. I froze the Shade against the wall in a giant block of ice, making sure that the ice was fused with the monster. I ripped the ice apart. The result was a mass of flesh, dissipating into black mist. I almost chuckled in delight. It was almost over. I turned to see where I could help the others wrap up, excited that this was finally ending. Before I saw anything, pain erupted through my torso. My vision was already blurry from not being able to having my glasses. Pain made it even harder to discern the shadowy figure standing in front of me. It was only the recognition of the Kusadigama blade in my belly that made me understand who had snuck up on me. Yue! Yue! The Shade pulled the blade out, allowing me to stagger back a bit before it grabbed grabbed me by the collar and flung me to the floor. Shit! Yue, hang on! My vision blurred. I felt myself becoming lightheaded. You cannot die here. I heard voices, but I couldn't quite make out what they were saying anymore. It felt like I was being dragged across the bed with nails, but I couldn't make it stop. Eventually, my consciousness faded until I was only aware of the burning sensation in my hand. Was it my pedal? It felt about the right size. A jolt went through my body, and it felt like I felt my head split. After that, everything went black. The next thing I felt was pain in the center of my torso. Ow! I'm alive! I'm alive! I didn't die! Yay! Me living! I closed my belly, exposed, expecting to feel a wound, but instead, I felt the soft fabric of my clothes against unbroken skin. I opened my eyes to find myself in the nurse's office. I heard movements. I turned to see Miss Hirata walking over to me. Finally awake, huh? Miss Hirata pulled out a cell phone and typed something before looking at me again. Did I tell you to not be reckless, Ishikami? I sat there, too stunned at my situation to answer Miss Hirata. Miss Hirata sighed. I'm guessing you want to know what happened after you passed out. Yeah. Miss Hirata pulled up a chair and sat down next to my bed. After you were wounded, your friends retreated, carrying you with them. They were worried that you'd die without medical care, so they brought you to me. That was yesterday afternoon. You must sleep for over 16 hours. I looked out the window and saw that Miss Hirata was right. It was almost noon right now, since we had gone to deal with Nightshade after classes. It'd been at least a day. I touched my belly again, feeling the place where I had been stabbed. It hurts, but there's no wound. Miss Hirata nodded slowly, a frown on her face. That reflects me as well. You should have bled to death from the wound you were dragged here with. But for some reason, you're still here. I realized that I had been clutching my right hand shut this whole time and was starting to sweat. I opened my fist, allowing my petal to fall out onto my lap. This magic of yours is starting to worry me more and more. Why do you say that? Miss Hirata! tapped my stomach inside. This is why no blood, no scar. That's not normal. With Kamura, I thought that her distance from school accelerated her healing. I thought that perhaps the supernatural force only worked when in proximity. But here you are, even faster because of your proximity to the supernatural. That's too much. We don't understand. It's dangerous to not know what you're dealing with. I nodded, slowly, starting to get the idea. Yeah, you may have a point. Miss Hirata stood up and walked over to her desk. At any rate, Miss Fujikawa, it's going to have a word with you. Once class is let out, try to get some rest until then. I nodded slightly and closed my eyes, hoping that the pain in my stomach would go away soon. A while later, a knock came to the door and Miss Hirata stood to open it. Come in. Miss Fujikawa walked in and took a seat next to my bed, frowning at me. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna make some tea. I'm gonna cut it on real quick because my throat is starting to hurt a little bit, but I can probably just some tea and should be fine. So I'll be back in a hot minute with some boiled water. Brush up to how long, then we'll get to in after it's done about boiling. So we'll be back to put the kettle on. BRB. Our turn. Our turn. No tea yet. Tea is soon TM. I just boiling water still, so that's gonna be a little bit before I can tea. But let's get back to the game. Screen. Back to the game for now. Wait for the tea. Wait for the tea to be ready. Then water to be boiled, then I can put some tea on. Alright. Miss Fujikawa walked in and took a seat next to my bed, frowning at me. Are you feeling any better, Ishikawa? Are you feeling better, Ishikawa? Ishikami, not Ishikawa, Ishikami. My stomach hurts, but it's not as bad as it was earlier. That's good to hear. Your friends have been worried about you. And that made my face heat up. I couldn't understand why. You're being loved and cared for, that's why. You're appreciating your friends for caring about you. You soft motherfucker. Anyway, your friends told me about the Nightshade. I'm going to send a message to administration asking for more information about it. I shouldn't be getting any more involved, but I can't but just stand by while something like this is happening to my students. Positioning things on my desk. There we go. Anyways, good. It took me a moment to form a response to those words. Thanks, Miss Fujikawa. She nodded, stood up. I just thought you should know. Being the Demon Killing Brigade's president, I'll let you rest now. Damn, that club title sounds even dumber when a teacher says it. Miss Fujikawa left the nurse's office, leaving me with Miss Hirata. What's wrong? There's a lot wrong, but nothing I can do about anything. Nothing I could do about? Miss Hirata turned to look at me. Since there isn't anything I could do for you, I'll let you be on your way tomorrow morning. But for today, I want you to rest here. Fine by me. I laid back on my bed, idly rubbing my pedal. Miss Hirata was right. I got too reckless yesterday. I just charged in alone, expecting everything to work out. If it weren't for my friends, I might have been dead by now. That's right. I consider them my friends now, don't I? I guess that's what happened with spending 2 weeks straight with them. Straight. Does to me. Well, I may not have planned it, but it is nice to have friends. A knock came at the door, and Miss Hirata went to see who it was. Miss Hirata came back. She called me by Kagami. You have a guest, Mrs. Ishikawa? Kagami frowned at me. Her eyes looked even more dull than usual. Are you recovering well, Yui? My stomach was feeling better than when I woke up, if that counts. That is fortunate. Kagami took a seat in the chair next to my bed. I apologize for yesterday, Yui. I did not properly evaluate the threat posed by those monsters. I sighed and shook my head. It's not entirely your fault. None of us were paying enough attention. And that wasn't a fight that could be won by a single person. We didn't work as a team. Yami nodded slowly, but waited a bit before responding. How shall we proceed? Let's talk about this tomorrow, right? We need to come up with a plan, but we should include the others too. You present a valid point. We will discuss this with the others then. Kagami stood up and nodded at me. I will allow you to rest. I hope you feel better tomorrow, Yui. Thanks, Kagami. Kagami turned and left the room without another word. While she acted more formal around me than she needed to, it was comforting to know that Kagami was worried about me. I laid down and closed my eyes, trying to remember where my spare glasses were before I went to bed to sleep. Act 3! Act 3! I don't know how many acts are in this game. That's the thing. I'm not sure how long this game is. Is there a ton of beats? I look at those. I always look at those. Like, I was looking at how long it is to get to be a game. Eldtrich Academy. Time to beat. Well, it says 2 hours for one person. There's only one person who's logged their playtime for this game, and it's 2 hours. I am well over 2 hours of gameplay by now. So, yeah. Okay, 4.5 months ago. Lovely. So, definitely not 2 hours to beat the game. Well, because I probably almost streaming as well, but still. Shrugs. Time to start. By the time I started needing to get ready for class, I felt well again. Not that I had nearly died 2 days ago seemed unreal to me. Miss Hirata frowned after she finished looking me over. She sighed and shook her head as she turned away. There's no remaining sign of your injury. If you're feeling well, you should hurry to class. Right. I was on my way out of the room when Miss Hirata cleared her throat to get my attention. I stopped at the door to the nurse's office and looked back to her. Let me know immediately if something unexpected happens. We can't take risks with an injury like this. I nodded in assent. I nodded in assent before leaving. I was probably going to be a bit late for class, but I doubted that Miss Fujikawa would scold me for that today. Hello, phone. What's up? Oh, that's what's up. Cool. I felt more awake during classes than I had been for the past week or so. Suppose that all the rest I had yesterday must be helping me focus better. Also, I'm pretty sure it'd be hard to stay awake after you almost died 2 days ago, so that's probably a factor. Who knows? Clearly not me. I never almost died before. Well, it's kind of a lie. Kind of, not really, but it's not really, whatever. Kind of not really a lie, though. Very vaguely a lie. Possibility was there. The possibility is always there. But that's besides the point. However, I also noticed that a lot more whispering between classes than I had before. I would have assumed it was a coincidence if I didn't notice the other girls occasionally seeking glances at my direction during their secret discussions. Once classes ended and everyone started heading out, Cho stood up and walked over to my desk. Seems like your absence yesterday started a few rumors. Apparently. Any ideas of what kind? Sadly, no. I'm just assuming that all the people sneaking looks at you are doing so because they're spreading rumors about you. I let alchemy. I bet alchemy would have a different side to what's going on. Different idea of what's going on. Anyway, I'd better bring my books back to my room. See you later. Alright, see you. I nodded at Cho before picking up my books and walking out the room. I didn't get far before Cosme stopped me in the hallway. Yui! You better now? I can ask you in class, but I was surprised. He's that way. That's good, yeah? I'm glad you're okay. Thanks, thanks, if you'll excuse me. Walk, you're in the way. Oh, sorry. You're yawning, you got in your ears like that. Kazuya seemed to take a moment to realize that I wanted to go. She smiled, then nodded as soon as she figured it out. Right! See you later, Yue. I walked around Cosme and headed back to my room to drop my things off. I knocked on Kagami's door when she was in her room. After spending some of my own time practicing with Crimson Tears, I finally managed to figure out a way to play and that didn't hurt my hands, and I didn't want to let that skill go to waste. Kami opened the door and nodded for me when she saw I was there. Greetings, Yue. I am a bit preoccupied at the moment, but you may come if you like. Sure. I tried to avoid showing my disappointment outwardly. I should have known Kagami wouldn't be able to play games at all the time. I took a seat on Kagami's bed while she returned to her computer. It looked like she had a spreadsheet of some kind displayed in her mouth. Okay, that's right there, right? Okay. What are you working on? Doesn't look like schoolwork. It's a game design. I'm editing a feature in Crimson Tears. Mima was wrong. Mikami really did have more than enough time to devote her life to her anniversary game. Favorite game, not anniversary, favorite game. I can read. A second. Save. Is the water ready yet? I don't know. Let me find out. Probably not actually. It's been 5 minutes. Barely been 5 minutes. Water's not ready yet. What happened? What am I doing? I have acquired tea. Yay! Tea! Lovely, lovely tea. I'm taking a sip yet because it's boiling hot water. It's boiling hot tea, so that's a bit dangerous to take a sip of. I'll let it cool off a little bit before I take a sip of it. We'll go have some tea now! Yay! Woo! I'm gonna put this on my coaster. I don't knock it over by accident. Idiots. Boop. Ah, it's hot. That's hot. Hot. Fucking cup. The mug's hot as heck. Anyways. I'm gonna follow in. Give me a second as I throw something at my friend. Oop, go drink water. Go drink water. Nice. Anyways. I'm going to take a sip, but actually what we'll do, I talk about water, we should go on water as well. I was wrong. I was wrong. Maybe Gami really did have more than enough time to devote her to her favorite video game. What feature? Kimmy looked at me for a moment, or rather, looked in my direction. She seemed to be focused on something in the distance, even as she looked at me. Perhaps I should... Perhaps she'd be surprised. She turned back to me. She turned back to her computer and went back to work on the spreadsheet. If it was a good surprise... Is it a good surprise or a bad surprise? You make me a bit worried. I believe you'll consider it a pleasant surprise. A silence passed over us. I didn't really know what to say, and Higami was busy working with her game files. After some time has passed, it started to feel awkward. Should I go? I can come around when you're not busy. Higami stopped typing and turned in her chair to look at me. I could sense something was like apprehension behind her otherwise dull eyes. Am I being inconsiderate? I didn't mean to ignore you. No, it's fine. I just, Look, it's obvious to me that you're excited about this mod you're making. I don't want to get in the way. Kimmy sighed and looked away. I promise that if you're able to play it next time you're free, anyway. I just want to show you this when it's finished. I stood up and took a step towards Higami. It felt awkward, but I placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm looking forward to it. I'll let you get back to it for now. Higami nodded, slowly, barely reacted to my touch. I let go of her and showed myself out. Higami didn't say anything as I left. Oh no! Poor introvert. She just wanted to body double. She just wanted to fucking body double with you. Just chill in the same existence space as you. Come on. Come on, Yue. I smacked my head. I don't understand the autism. Yue doesn't understand autism. the autistic. Oh yes, just chilling in a room with your friend, doing your own thing. That's still really hot. Okay. Still very hot. Good to know. That's it. If I can have you... Dead. Red. Out of my room. I felt drained. I felt like there was a barrier between Gummy and me that made it difficult to properly communicate. What's that? Oh, that's my friend doing live. Give me a second. Wow, these are fucking shit. Oh, okay, this is Apothecary Diaries. This is through what service? What site is this through? I'm just sure what fucking site they're going through. What? Where is this from? Amazon. Yeah, I can't do Amazon. I can't just... Just fucking... I would like to just paste this link and just send it to her. Gift store... and product link. Actually, my wish is not... Why can't I just have this be sent to her? Fucking Amazon, please. Bruh. Fucking hell. Anyway, sorry. Okay, it's still hot. That's still hot. Okay, lovely. That better? I think. Dual disc. I wonder. Wait a second. I am. Follow. Measure. On Xbox. Japanese box. Japanese box. Japanese box. Japanese box. Japanese box. Where are the English boxes? What the fuck? Where's the Japanese box? Where's the English boxes, motherfucker? Bruh. Only Japanese boxes show up. What the heck? Bruh. display mode for this. Anyway, sorry. On the way back to my room, I felt drained. Like there was a barrier between Gummy and me that made it difficult to properly communicate. That's not something that can be solved in a single day, though. Better think of something else for now. Right into the club room, I nearly bumped into Alchemy, and as she left the dining hall. Alchemy took a moment to right herself, having her hands full with a bag of what seemed to be candy. Distant sounds of someone dropping things. English edition. English edition. Sorry, I am being distracted again by silly things. By silly things. Why do only the Japanese bosses show up, not the English ones? That's annoying to me. That's annoying. Why aren't the English ones showing up? Just changed the Japanese set, which is annoying me. Okay, lovely. Lovely! Fuck you. Fuck you. Anyways. What's on our wish list? Not a lot. Not a lot, it seems. Surprising. Anyways. Sorry about that. Andy. You okay? Yep, sorry about that. I was looking. I pointed at the bag, trying to suppress the urge to groan or scowl. Is this necessary? Maybe not. It's not my birthday today, so I thought I'd bring some snacks to the club room. It's your birthday? Why not? But it's my birthday today, so I thought oh, it is. Maybe not. But it's my birthday today, so I thought I'd bring some snacks to the club room. It's your birthday today? Did anyone else know? With all that's been going on, I didn't want to bother anyone with my birthday. But that doesn't mean I don't want some extra candy for my special day. Just don't let it distract you. Get back. I need some honey. No, I'm gonna throw some more honey in my tea real quick. This is some BRB honey time. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Just don't let it get... Just don't let it distract you. Where's the Harper go? It's on my lap. Found it. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. And, happy birthday. You're... 16? Right now? Yep! That makes me your senior, UA. No, that's not how that works. Let's get to the club room. Alchemy and I head to the club room, where Cho and Kagami were waiting for us. Free snacks! Alchemy set the bag of candy on the table, and passed a few things out to Cho and Kagami. While she did say that, I sat down in my seat and started thinking about what we should do next. We know where the monsters were coming from, but we weren't strong enough to stop them. Well, let's get started by addressing our main problem. Which is... we're not strong enough to fight off all the monsters of the Nightshade can create at the same time. That does appear to be a major obstacle. What should we do about that, though? It's not like we could find more petals or something. That's actually what I was going to ask you. We need ideas on how to get stronger, so that we can get rid of those monsters protecting the Nightshade. Excuse me, Nightshade. Everyone went silent, presumably deep in thought. Only the sound of Alchemy's chewing could be heard in the room. After a few minutes, Akami looked up at me. Anyway, I may have an idea. I leaned forward and nodded. Alright, let's hear it. We could attempt to train to improve our abilities. So far, we've been relying on our petal's magic instinctively, without spending much time considering how it operates. But if we practice with our abilities outside of our life-threatening situation, we might be able to come up with new techniques that we couldn't have time to invent in combat. Cho ran a hand through her hair and smirked a bit. So, like, a training montage? It'll probably involve a bit more than that. Still, it sounds like a good idea. Any other suggestions? Not for me. Yeah, I'm interested in trying Kagami's idea. I nodded at Kagami. Looks like we're going with your plan, Kagami. How should we go about this? Perhaps we should split into pairs, as we have been patrolling in restricted buildings. If we practice in mock battles with each other, we may be able to help each other discover new abilities. Our training should take place inside the restricted buildings, so we can react if a monster tries to break into the main buildings. I nodded again and looked around at the others. Sounds like a plan. Any objections? Cho and Alchemy shook their heads. I stood up, crossed my arms. Then, we'll get started. Let's pick partners and get going. Alchemy, want to train with me? Do you even have to ask? I'll take that as a yes. $10 league. Oh, that's 4. Give me a second. I need to do something. Sounds like I'm with Kagami then. See you there. See you in a bit. We went over to the restricted building and split up so that we could watch both wings the first floor. Give me a hot minute. Give me a hot minute. One range of 4. What the fuck? 2. How about just grabs fucking other words? It wasn't like the whole thing I type in. Just grabs pieces of the fucking thing I wrote. Like the full thing. Ugh. Next page. Here we go, page 4. Nope, okay. Nothing. What do you sort by? Right there. See all category. Nope. Okay. Sorry. We know what our restricted building is up so we could watch both wings at the first floor. Alchemy summoned her Naginata and switched before turning to me. So, wrong voice. So, how do you plan to do this? I crossed my arms and lowered my head to think. Whatever we do, we should keep in mind this is just training. We don't want to hurt each other. Yeah, we don't want to make things too rough. Or it might stop being fun. Fun? What the fuck is this? I assumed that Alchemy was talking about something entirely different, and I decided to ignore her comment. What? Let's start by sparring, I guess. Horrifying. Horrifying. I'm worried. Worried about this. I guess it does run with the front typing. Just can't with a relevant item. That's just really bad at fucking figuring out what the fuck it wants. It's only one thing. It's a fucking cosplay. Not what I'm looking for. Fucking hiccups. God damn it. Goddamn hiccups. Okay, bro. I wish this was better at fucking doing things. It's so bad. Gifts from Amazon. Except nothing shows when gift from Amazon. What the fuck? Why is it not showing anything now? I transferred my pedal into my sword and held it up in defensive stance. Ready when you are. Akui took a combat stance and her expression shifted to a more serious look. Alright, here I come. As I prepared to counter Akumi's first attack, I made sure to focus on the instinctive decisions that my pedal was suggesting for me. I noticed that most of my movements driven by knowledge of the sword fighting. I noticed that my movements driven by the knowledge of sword fighting in my pedal were automatically compensating for mistakes I would have made and had simply picked up a sword and started swinging. Akumi's first strike came at me from an odd angle. My personal instincts would have had me block it in a way that would leave me vulnerable, but after heeding the pedal's advice, I managed to parry the attack without being exposed. I countered with a thrust. The Akumi was ready for my attack as well. Now that I was paying attention to how my pedal shaped my combat decisions, I could see exactly why my attacks failed and how I should follow up. We continued to trade attacks, each of us trying to find an opening but failing. Once it started to get tired, I decided that we weren't learning much new this way. Should we stop? All I'm learning is that our pedals are better at fighting than we are. Yeah, you seem to be right. Let's take a break. Sorry. Again, being distracted. Doing dumb things. Is that someone fucking OLED? What do you fucking mean OLED on their own? What are you talking about? OLED. Insane. Like a whole ass OLED. Wow, that's on the side as well. Ball. I looked there. Smartly better. Okay, anyways, why is that there? Anyways, there. Alchemy dismissed her Naginata and pulled out a candy bar to eat. I looked down the hallway, wondering if any monsters were nearby. I would have expected a monster to show up by now. Maybe Kagami and Cho dealt with one already. Maybe. I crossed my arms and leaned against the wall. I thought over what I sensed from my pedal during the sparring session with Akami, trying to tell if there was something useful to learn. It struck me that I've been putting a lot of faith in my pedal's ability to correct my mistakes in battle. I certainly wouldn't be able to pull some of the things I did with my own magic or not. My own magic or not. After I think of it, Couldn't that be a form of mind control? Alchemy, let me ask you something. Alchemy stopped mid-bite of her candy bar and looked over at me. We pretty much let the petals decide how we fight, right? Guess so. Why? I just thought of something. Couldn't that be considered mind control? We wouldn't be able to do it on our own, after all. Alchemy stopped chewing for a moment. Then she swallowed and lowered her candy bar. Why is the phone yelling at me for? What for? What are you doing? Nothing? Nothing. Okay. Then don't yell at me. Why do you think it's mind control? I thought we were just getting powers from the petal. Well, you're not wrong, but also it's been kind of doing more than just powers? Question mark. We still think Tanaka was Tanaka was killed by the other petal wielders. Other petal wielders, right? Alchemy frowned and nodded slowly. Alchemy frowned and started. You think the petals turned Tanaki's friends against her, don't you? Now that I think about it, that's possible. That's not comfortable thoughts. I want to believe that the petals were a good thing. I mean, the only thing that can stop the nightshade and its shadows. The fact that our petals and nightshade both look like flowers isn't giving me confidence now when I think about it this seriously. But we should discuss this with the others, so I'll drop it for now. So it's not our secret then? So it's not our secret then? I sighed and rubbed my forehead. I'm not really in the mood to train anymore. Let's just head back and see if Cho and Kagami are finished too. Alright. Maybe we should train more tomorrow. Met up with the others and headed back to the dorms. Even after I went to bed, I stayed awake, thinking about what I had just observed. Despite my worries, the next day came and my school life continued. I was already forgetting that I had been wounded for a few days before entering class. Everything seemed to have gone back to normal. Once class ended, Cosme walked up to me and waved. Yui, want to get a snack with me and Misaki? It really was as if everything had gone back to normal. If Cosme was acting like she did before, this mess started. Sorry, I have things I need to do. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. Aww. Okay. See you later. Ping? Why am I being pinged? Oh yeah, this, never mind. I know why I'm being pinged, never mind, so not that important. I stood up and headed out of the classroom, trying to figure out what I needed to get done today. I'm not tabbed into the game, whoopsies. I'm not tabbed into the game again, whoopsies. Having not found Kagami in the dining hall, I received no answers from her room. I decided to check the library. I took a bit of searching, but I eventually found Kagami using one of the library computers in a corner of the room. When I got closer, I noticed she was wearing headphones and had a controller plugged into the computer. I moved to Kagami so that she wouldn't be surprised to see me. I walked closer so that I would be able to talk to her quietly. Is it allowed? Kagami nodded, taking off the headphones. I requested and obtained permission. My tests have concluded that at any rate. To emphasize this, Kami unplugged the headphones controller from the computer and packed them away in her bag. Setting up, she looked at me expectantly. Are you free right now? Yeah, I'm busy. Why? I'd like to show you something. You mean that game mod you're making, right? Kami nodded. I shrugged and nodded back. Alright, let's go. Your room, right? Ayo? Yes. Ayo. Ayo. We got to Kagami's room. She set everything up to play Crimson Tears. When we were about to start, she paused the game and opened up the controls menu. I made a few changes to controls, so you may want to take a look at them before we begin. I nodded and started reading the new control scheme. Hopefully, a new control scheme means that Kami and I are on even ground, even if she was the one who programmed the new controls. So, blocking doesn't require directional input anymore. Correct. The game now selects the correct direction automatically. I see. So you've also simplified some of the combos. That is correct. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe I'd actually be able to do more than flail pitifully. Well, let's see how it works then. Very well. Let us begin. Thanks to the new controls that Kagami programmed, playing Crimson Tears was actually fun for me. Because I'm not a fucking failure. I started to understand why Kagami might like the game at least a bit. Seeing something whole gets shredded to pieces by my own actions proved a visceral response. I almost cringed a few times when I realized that I was doing Kagami's character. That's not going to work ever again. Unfortunately for you, this character does not have coding for that when their arm is dismembered. To prove our point, Kami used a move where her character's non-existent arm crushed my character's throat. Shit! I wasn't expecting that. I put down my controller, feeling exhausted from how long we'd played. I think that's enough for now. I adjusted my glasses and sighed a bit. Also, next time, warn me about your broken, overpowered character. This is the second time you've done this, isn't it? I apologize. I didn't think to mention it. Well, earlier at least. Actually earlier, after the fact. Well, I sat there on Kami's bed for a moment, touching and relaxing after sat hunched over facing the TV for so long. Mood. Except not really. I haven't sat hunched over I haven't sat hunched over a TV in a while, actually. Actually, maybe I have, because there's technically a TV beside me for my Switch 2. So I guess I do sit hunched over a controller, facing a TV, for a while. Oh well! While I was sitting there, I felt Kami's hand brush against mine. I thought it might have been an accident, so she took my hand in hers. Hand-holding? In this economy? Whoa! Hand-holding! In this economy! Insane. Insane. Thank you for playing with me, Yui. I turned to look at Kami, to see her smiling at me. Her eyes seemed more brighter than usual. No problem. It was fun for me too. I tried to keep my composure, but I knew I was blushing from the heat in my face. Kami kept looking at me in the eyes, but I couldn't endure her gaze for much longer. I looked away, still aware of our hands touching. Can we play again sometime? We can also try playing something else. I nodded a bit too quickly, nervous at being able to hear my heart beating fast. Of course. I thought me nod out the corner of my eye, and she let go of my hand. She stood up and turned off the TV. Take the opportunity to make an excuse to leave. I stood up and waved to Kagami before heading out. See you later. After I left Kagami's room, I spent a few minutes catching my breath in the hot stairwell. When Kagami touched me and looked at me, it wasn't the way you'd act with someone you only considered a friend. That thought made me nervous when I tried to consider my own feelings for Kagami. I realized I'd have to come to terms with how I saw Kagami soon. But for now, I felt that I needed to get my mind off what happened. Uncertain, I headed back to my room to think of how to calm my racing heart. I arrived at the club room early. Thoughts of what I had observed the night before filling my mind. When the others arrived, they seemed surprised to see me waiting for them. How long have you been waiting? I thought it was going to be early. I bet she couldn't wait to get started on her private training. Alchemy smirked at me, but I didn't respond. Instead, I sighed and stood up from my seat. Alchemy seemed to sense that I had something else in my mind and frowned. Is something wrong, Yue? Maybe. I've been thinking about something. I pulled out my petal and held it out so the others could see it. We've been trusting our lives to these petals since this mess started. I'm not sure this is a smart choice anymore. What makes you believe that? While we were training yesterday, I noticed how much we rely on the petals to fight for us. We may decide how we want to fight, but the petals are what makes our bodies carry out the motions. What's wrong with that? We wouldn't really be able to fight this well if we were going from scratch. Think about this for a moment. When we're fighting, we're not in full control of our bodies. For now, the petals carry out what we want to happen. What happens if the petals start requiring our input before they control us? Everyone went silent for a moment. It seemed like no one wanted to make the obvious connection. One of us could end up like Hanaka. I was feeling dread. A feeling of dread came over the room as that sunk in. But the petals are good, right? I mean, without them, we wouldn't be able to protect the school. Perhaps the petals are building our trust in them. Catch us off guard. We are not fully aware of their true nature, after all. That's right. As far as we know, petals could be part of the Nightshade. They might be part of the problem. But didn't the Nightshade have its petals? Cho frowned and shook her head slowly. Yeah, but think about these petals. One of them was wilted away, just like how one of the petals, Tanaka's, was destroyed. I crossed my arms and sighed deeply. We need more clues. We need to find a way to get rid of the Nightshade before the petals have a chance to turn on us, if that's what might happen. What should we do? I rubbed my forehead. This entire situation was becoming stressful to think about. For now, we'll continue our training attempts. If we're stuck with these petals, we should make sure we control them rather than the others, the other way around. And we pray that my hunch about the petals is wrong. Who's paired with who, then? I think I'll go with Cho. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's good. Let's head out. Then I will train with Alchemy. Stay safe. Right. Watch out for monsters. Trying to head into one of the first floor hallways of the restricted building and started planning out our training. Maybe we should practice magic today? Sure, I guess. I created a slab of ice and held it in front of me, like a shield. I'm guessing get some practice on by making targets for you to hit. Cool. You ready? I nodded. I focused on maintaining the ice shield. preparing for Cho's attack. Cho shot a powerful bolt of electricity at my shield, burning a hole in the center of it. It took me a few seconds to repair the hole due to the heat from that blast. After a few more tests like that, I waved at Cho to tell her to stop. I let the ice shield melt and started making smaller ice crystals for targets. I see that you have brute force down, so let's work on hitting moving targets. Cho didn't seem to notice that the subtle subtle insult. The subtle insult? Really? I see. I see. I see. I see. Cho didn't seem to notice the subtle insult since she just nodded and took a very stance. Let's do it. I started moving the ice crystals around, trying not to make the patterns too predictable. Cho started zapping the crystals, melting them in a single strike. I created more as Cho destroyed the targets, keeping a constant number of targets floating around. It seemed like Cho was going to say something a few times, but we continued in silence. I was about to suggest a different training method when Cho muttered something and punched the wall. Damn it! My concentration faltered in the sudden change in Cho, causing the ice crystals to melt. I walked over to Cho and waved to her to get her attention. Hey, are you feeling okay? She shook her head. She turned to face me, sighing. I didn't want to believe what you suggested about the petals and the nightshade being connected. But when let my petal choose which target to zap, I keep thinking about what you said about how they might end up controlling us. Thing is, we don't have a choice. We can't fight without the petals. It's the kind of lose-lose situation that a fictional hero would never want to have to deal with. It brings me no solace that Cho finally seems to fully understand my concerns about the petals. If anything, it made me dread the idea of that my fears were well-founded. Look, let's just get some sleep. I looked down at the hallway, and just my glasses. No sign of any monsters. Doesn't look like we have to fight today, so we should get some rest. Yeah. Okay. Just had it defeated. Her gaze was on the floor when she put her petal away and started down the hallway. Good night, Yue. See you tomorrow. I took a deep breath and started heading back to my own room. Hopefully things aren't as bad as I'm imagining them to be. Hopefully. On top of the infirmary after class, I ended up having been called by Miss Hirata. Miss Hirata gave me a basic physical examination, but there was nothing wrong with me. Not even a scar from my wound a few days ago. I'm sure I don't have to remind you that I'm not fond of this unnatural healing. Yeah. I'm starting to worry about it too. Miss Hirata frowned and crossed her arms. It appears that there's something I can do for you. As far as your training is concerned, you're in perfect condition. All things considered, that was a very optimistic diagnosis. Just shows how little we understand about the nightshade and those petals. What now? Miss Hirata sighed and looked away. I suppose you may leave. Visit me immediately if anything happens. Alright. I stood and left the infirmary. I felt bad for Miss Hirata being forced to admit that her training is useless in this situation. I couldn't bring myself to talk to anyone or be productive in any way, so I ended up taking a textbook to the dining hall and pretending to read it while I ate. While I was eating, Kazumi and Misaki entered the dining hall. I resigned myself to the company when Kazumi spotted me and started leading Misaki over. Hey, Yue! Studying hard? It took me a moment to remember that I had a textbook open in front of me. I shook my head and sighed. I'm really out of it today. I can't seem to focus on anything. Cosme and Misaki took seats across from me. They looked at me with a bit of concern as they began eating. Have you been getting enough sleep? I know you have to stay up late, but you need to rest too. I'm sleeping, if that's what you're asking. Cosby frowned at me, as if I had said something weird. You've got bags in your eyes. You got bags in your eyes, though. You sure you're sleeping enough? I sighed and adjusted my glasses. I'll be fine. I closed my book and picked up my thing before starting to leave. I'd better get ready to meet with others later. Oh, later. Later. I nodded to them, then mechanically before turning and walking away. I was still out of it when everyone gathered for the club meeting, so I didn't really want to think too hard about what we were going to do. We've been slacking off with hunting monsters the past few days, but I think we should spend one more day training before we get back to seeking the monsters out. Any objections to that? Not for me, no? It sounds acceptable. I guess we've agreed, then let's hope this training is helping us somehow. Anyway, what are the teams? Gami, do you want to team up tonight? It would be my pleasure. Oh-ho! What does that mean? Don't start out, Gami. Let's head out. We all know the drill. Gami and I made our way to the restricted building and found a spot on the first floor to practice. Give me a hot minute. I'm gonna quickly go and dehydrate, and I'll be back in a quick second. I said that twice already. Yippee! Dehydration time. I'm back. Alright. Dehydration done. I got some more tea for myself. And let's continue. Let me just take a sip real quick. Yami and I made our way to the street building. We had a spot on the first floor to practice. I must have been making a strange face or something, because Gami stared at me with what seemed to be concern. You do not look well, Yue. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I answered too quickly, though Gami didn't seem to react to it. However, she let the matter drop. I should be attempt fighting without resistance of our petals tonight. Is that something we can do? I feel like the petals will still try to make decisions for us anyway. That is precisely why we should make the attempt. That sounded weird. I fucking phrased that weirdly with fucking intonation. Oopsie, sorry about that. I'm not even apologizing. I'm apologizing myself, really. Anyways. That is precisely why we should make the attempt. We do not wish to be enslaved to the petals, should they attempt to control us. And that's a good point. Though I doubt we're going to be great at fighting without our petals. Gummy raised her fists in a fighting stance. We'll see. Are you prepared? I took a fighting stance on my own and took a deep breath. Yeah. Just wash the glasses, okay? I don't want to keep losing pairs. Gummy nodded in acknowledgement. Then she struck. Yeah. I barely shoved her punch aside, needing to take a step back to avoid leaving myself open. Once I recovered, Gummy got low to the floor and swept at my legs, tripping me. Ah! My past suggested a number of ways I could use my prone position to surprise Gummy, but I tried to force those thoughts aside as I got to my feet. Gummy waited for me to get back up, but she resumed her fighting stance when I was standing again. Are you uninjured? I did not expect that move to be so effective. I'm fine. Let's keep going. And once I was sure we were both ready again, I took the offensive. I jabbed at Kagami a few times, but she tried to deflect my attack with her arms. After a few more blows, Kagami dodged to the side. I turned too slowly, and Kagami was able to get behind me and gripped me in the chokehold. I elbowed Kagami in the stomach and loosened her grip on me and wriggled out of her grasp. I turned around and saw Kagami holding a hand to her stomach. I felt guilt rising in my chest. I relaxed my stance and stepped over to Kagami's side. Did I hit you too hard? I believe I'll be fine. I'm really winded. I nodded, slowly, hoping she was telling the truth. At any rate, I was able to resist the commands of my petal. Were you equally successful? Yeah. It was difficult at first, though. Kagami nodded. We should rest for now. I patted Kagami on the shoulder. Yeah, seems like the monsters are on break tonight. Be sure to see Miss Hirata if the injury doesn't feel better, alright? I will. Thank you for your concern. I headed back to my room and went to sleep right away, without even changing out of my clothes. I felt too exhausted to move. Class went by as usual, and I was able to concentrate better after some sleep. Yay, sleep. Once class was over, Miss Fujikawa called out on me to speak with me in private. Before dismissing the rest of the class, lots on me is back to back. As Tumi's back to back, but also calling on me to talk to me. Speak with me. After the students had mostly filtered out of the room, Miss Fujikawa handed me an envelope. I received this in my mail this morning. I took the envelope from her, noting that it was still sealed. After looking it over a bit, I understood why. Written on one side of the envelope was the name Director Miyuki Koiki, Solana Administration. Underneath the name is read, Confidential Report for the Demon Killing Brigade. You're not going to read any of it. Miss Fujikawa sighed and crossed her arms. There was a note attached to it, addressed to me. Basically, I'll be fired if I say anything in that envelope. Think for the stretch and Eldtrich Academy. And hydrate. Thank you, thank you. You've been doing well this lovely Sunday as well, Evgeny. A chill surged through my body as the implications of that note registered. The director of Solana Administration was willing to fire teachers to keep this information secret. Well, they'll hate to know that, the Demon Killing Brigade just leaked, information about the whole restricted area to, 2 students. Even if they were involved in, you know, even if they have seen the monster before, I'm pretty sure they'd be quite upset to hear that, Kazumi and Misaki know about, the monsters. And that's not my problem as the player. And it's not my fault, I believe, as, UA, I hope. At least I don't think so. Why would the director give me this information then? Was the DKB disposable to the director? Mr. Fujikawa seemed to note my unease and patting me on the shoulder. I'm sorry, Ishigami. I'm not sure there's anything more I could do for you now. Slowly, taking a deep breath. I'll make sure to put this information to good use. Whatever it is. I haven't seen it yet, but yeah, we'll do that. Mr. Fujikawa nodded and then took a step back from me. Well, we both have work to do. Work to get to. Make the most of your day off from classes tomorrow. Mr. Fujikawa frowned at me one last time before grabbing her things and leaving. I took a deep breath and pulled out my phone to call the others for a meeting. Something worth finding teachers over wasn't something that could wait. I waited, ironically, for everyone in the classroom, staring at the envelope from the director. The others seemed to tell that something was wrong from my text message, since they all seemed a bit worried when they arrived. Looks like everyone's here. What's up? Was your summons in regards to this envelope on the table? I stood up and showed everyone the envelope. Mr. Fujikawa has been asking around for more information about the Nightshade since I was injured, and I'm guessing this is the response from the administration. It's a report to us from the director. Everyone looked at each other with wary glances. We're going to open it, right? I took a deep breath and opened the envelope. After removing a stack of papers from the envelope and laying on the table, I took a seat. This looks long. Might as well get comfortable. Minutes blended into hours, the 4 of us read the report. It was difficult to understand the director's language at the times, but everything slowly came together. Wait, am I reading this right? It sounds like the Nightshade has been here since before the school was built. How would something like that get overlooked? It wasn't. If you read more closely, the director points out that the old dorms were built over the Nightshade intentionally. That seems unwise. I quoted this section here. Solana Administration was created to monitor Nightshade. So, it makes sense for them to build something on top of it. That may be true. But Solana Administration was also aware of the dangers of the Nightshade when they constructed the old dormitories. Why would they do that? They should have known that, well, that would put the students at risk. It's no wonder that Taka and her friends got caught up in this mess. I'm really not liking this. You shouldn't build a school on top of a dangerous artifact that no one knows how to deal with. I put in my hair in frustration. This is why administration covered up what happened in 1998, isn't it? To keep people from finding out what they had in their basement. And yet, none of these accounts the director cites helped us understand the Nightshade any better than we already did. Are you sure? Does the report say anything about our petals? Just theories. Potentially connecting them to the Nightshade, but that's not something we haven't thought of. I slammed my fist on the table. Damn it! Is the director just using us to do her own job? Growling in frustration, I covered my face with my hands. Anyway, after shaking my head in a few times to calm myself down, I stood up and folded the report back in the envelope. We learned what we needed, right? We don't need this anymore. Alchemy and Akami both shrugged. Cho ran a hand through her hair and frowned. I suppose we don't need it anymore. All we needed to know was that the director has been hiding the Nightshade this whole time. I crumpled up the envelope and tossed it to Akami, who barely caught it. Let's burn it, before the director or administration decides to get rid of it for us. I rubbed my temple, trying to calm myself down again. It was terrifying to know that the Nightshade was considered such a threat that an organization was formed to study it. It was even more terrifying that such a thing was being covered up, and now I had to deal with it. Why am I being pinged again? Hello, what's the ping for? Okay. What am I doing right now? What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing right now? What am I doing? Okay, we're good. Will you be alright, Yui? Who knows? Akami lit the envelope on fire with her magic. Oh yeah! I was like, why does she have a lighter on her? Oh, I forgot she has fire magic. I forgot about that. Very important thing. The fire magic is her specialty. Don't know how I forgot about that. I just did. Lol. Akami lit the envelope on fire with her magic, making sure none of the embers caught anywhere else. What should we do now? I was trying to think of a way to respond when my phone vibrated. I put my phone out and checked the new message. I texted Kazumi, who I had never shared my number with. My annoyance said that whoever gave Kazumi a number diminished a bit once I read the message. Just got a message from Kazumi asking if we wanted to have dinner with her in Misaki. We might as well go, I guess. I'm not sure I'd be able to fight any better at my best tonight. Yeah, the report was a bit to take in. Akami had to put a hand on her hip and smirked. You've got my vote. I'm totally ready to stuff my face while trying to forget what I just read. Akami nodded, picked up her things. I'm amenable to this plan. Shall we go? Yeah, let's go. Anyway, I didn't think you'd really come. Hey, yo. Well, I'm a bit too out of it to do anything else at the moment. So, here we are. I've come. I have come. The others were busy eating or talking to each other, so I was stuck talking to Kazumi. I tried to force some food down. Man, it's been like 3 weeks since the last time we were all together like this. I nodded. The memories returned to me. That certainly was something. Hope we can eat together like this more often. It's fun to eat with everyone else, right? Aim for you. Still, it wasn't as painful as that time 3 weeks ago. I guess I've changed a bit since then. Cosme, it's getting late. We should head back to our rooms. Aww, I guess you're right. Misaki and Cosme cleaned up the trash, and waved at us as they left. See you later! After they left, Cho and Gami cleaned up their things as well. Akumi yawned as she chewed on her cookie. What's the plan for us? Should we take the nights off? Yeah, we should. I'm still not quite in the mood to hunt down monsters. We should double check the door, the restricted building, before we head to sleep. It's the least we could do. I stood up and stretched. I'll go take care of that. Good night. Night night. Alone? I waved to Cho and Kagami, and I headed out to the dining hall, making sure they knew I was leaving. After a quick trip to check on the door of the restricted building, I headed straight to bed. Okay. We're safe. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay, I was worried about her checking it alone, but we're good. Nothing. While I felt more rested with the extra sleep, the reality of our situation still made it difficult to get out of bed in the morning. I was able to get some homework done without a problem, but dread crept back in my mind. My body, when it came to the patrol of the night. I told everyone to gather at the entrance to the building after dinner. I waited just inside the building, keeping an eye on the hallways. After everyone was there, I nodded at them and took a deep breath. We're going to do things a bit differently tonight. Akumi frowned and tilted her head. What do you mean? Well, we haven't seen any monsters the past 2 days. That's starting to worry me. Yeah, now that you mention it, our training was never interrupted. I believe we have not fought a monster since the day we attempted to destroy the Nightshade. I crossed my arms and sighed. That's very suspicious. I can't help but feel like the Nightshade is trying to lure us into a false sense of security while it builds its strength. Cho ran a hand through her hair and frowned. Yeah. The Nightshade doesn't seem like something that would run out of energy, so it has to be planning something. What is our plan for tonight, then? Tonight, we're going to patrol together. All 4 of us. We're going to search the building from top to bottom. The only room we're not going to search is the cellar the Nightshade is held in. What about the entrance? What about the entrance? I looked at the door that could seal off the restricted building from the classroom building. We should close them. A weight grew in my chest as I said those words. We know the administration and the director would be willing to sacrifice us to keep the Nightshade a secret. We can't risk monsters getting to the other students. I looked around to the others, expecting one of them to disagree. While they all looked uncertain, none of them argued. Let's hope no one is around to lock the door behind us. Let's get started then. The sooner we finish searching, the sooner we're out of danger. I adjusted my glasses and took a deep breath to calm my nervous heart. Yeah, let's get started. We began by ascending the stairwell to the top floor. The restricted building was dead silent. Every creak in the floorboard and breath we took echoed throughout the hallways. We take turns opening up doors and checking inside, everyone ready to fight at a moment's notice. After checking every single room on the floor, we entered the stairwell, opposite of the one we ascended in, and checked each floor's landing. Satisfied that nothing was hiding in the stairwell, we repeated with the second floor. A little over 2 hours have passed when we finished searching the first floor. All that remains is the basement. Yeah, let's get going and wrap this up already. Something feels wrong here. You mean besides the natural plant in the basement cellar? Yui, you know what she meant. I was on edge from searching for so long, and finding no signs of monsters, but Cho and Akane were right. There was something different than usual. It felt like the air was thicker, making it difficult for me to breathe, despite the fair weather we've been having lately. I felt like there was a chill from inside of my body. Let's check the basement and get some sleep. We decided if we're going to fight the Nightshade tomorrow. Cho's eyes widened. Tomorrow? Are you ready? I sighed and rubbed my forehead. It felt like the chill was reaching into my skull. Training was all well and good, but the Nightshade is clearly prepared for something as well. We can't let this situation continue. I don't know how much more nights I can force myself to sleep through this situation. Alchemy sighed and leaned against the wall. Miss Fujikawa was right in the first place, wasn't she? We should have just listened to her and stayed in the dining hall when Kazi was attacked. It is possible that we were drawn to the petals by the Nightshade itself. We may not have had a choice in the matter. All the more reason to end this before it gets worse. Cho rubbed the back of her neck. After a moment, she sighed and nodded. I get what you mean. Let's wrap this up so we can get some rest then. With that decided, we led everyone to the stairwell, where we descended the basement to finish our patrol. In the basement, the air felt even thicker. The chill in my body became even more pronounced. However, like the rest of the building, it was devoid of monsters. Damn it! That fucking plant is just toying with us, isn't it? Anyway, please, calm yourself. I resisted the urge to punch a wall in frustration. After taking a few deep breaths, I turned to the others. Let's just go. We have class in the morning, and the moment class is over, we need to deal with the Nightshade. Right. Let's hope class isn't too hard tomorrow. Try to get enough rest, everyone. Indeed. Tomorrow may be the moment of truth. I sat on my bed for a long time after a search, waiting to be able to sleep. Gripping my blanket close to me, I remembered the thick air and the unnatural chill I felt in that restricted building. Gritting my teeth and squeezing my eyes shut, I begged for the ability to sleep. Please, tell me this will all be over tomorrow. I took a deep breath. The stairwell leading to the cellar was waiting, expectant. The air was thick, as it had been the day before. Turning around to face the others, I fixed my glasses and tried to put on a calm face. Alright, today, we're gonna destroy that plant and end this. Why am I being pinged? You're late. Oh my god. Okay, choose a time. Let's grab a time on the spreadsheet. My god. There are fucking 3 hours behind me at all times. So fucking pretty early, so that's fucking 9 p.m. is already 12. If I'm more confused, it's a 3 hour time between these 3 of us. Right? If I remember times correctly. Yeah, he's PGT. This is what the DKB was created for. We're here because no one else can do it. So, am I ready to finish this? Everyone nodded slowly, their weapons at the ready. I am prepared. Yeah, as ready as I can be. Choke clenched her free hand in a fist and pumped in the air. We've got this. We're not going to make the same mistake as last time. Despite confident words, everyone seemed tense. I couldn't blame them after what happened last time we entered the cellar. 7 to 9 video window. That's 10. Um... It's 7... It's noon. It's 10 to noon. It shows confident words. Everyone seemed tense. I couldn't blame them after what happened last time we entered the cellar. Then let's go. We've had to deal with this for long enough. I turned and led the way down the stairwell, into the depths of the restricted building. Each step I took seemed to increase the chill I felt in my body. But I didn't let that stop me. I continued to descend. As I reached the cellar, a shadowy figure was waiting for us. As we approached this figure, the shadowy parts revealed the familiar features of the first shade we fought. Chitose Tanaka. Tanaka's shade summoned the Kusarigama. I keep remembering to fucking pronounce syllable by syllable every time. from the darkness and smirked at us. In the darkness of the cellar, the shade's glowing eyes stood out. You're a bit early. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna ping people because I'm silly. Anyone here? No, it has peak. I'm gonna get people's here. I'll just DM them actually. Oh no. Oh, and you got timestamp? Give me a second. This is... I can actually do this later. Oh, it is after. Not now. It's not important. Anyone else? I'll ask A-Round. A-Round! 2 words for some reason. Anyways. You're a bit early. I put a chill as the shade spoke. Something felt unnatural about it speaking, even though it looked like a girl my age. Who's speaking? Tanaka? Or something else? The shade frowned and raised an eyebrow. Tanaka? Ah, and the name of this girl? Perhaps it was. The details of human lives are trivial to me. Cho stepped forward a bit, an angry frown on her face. Why are we talking into this thing? It's clearly not human. We can't expect it to understand us. Tanaka's shade chuckled and then began to spin the chain of its kusarigama. That is correct. There can never be a mutual understanding between us. All you must know about my objective is that I must free myself from this place, and for that, you must die. Without waiting for a response, the shade flung its chain towards me. I dodged the chain strike, but the chain coiled around my soiled sword and tried to jerk it away. Alchemy ran up to the chain holding my sword and sliced at it with her naginata, freeing my sword from the grip of the chain. Cho was about to strike at the shade from the side. They were attacked whenever connected. The shade raised a single hand and conjured a shadowy force to deflect the attack and sent Cho flying backwards. I turned and nodded at Kagami. I'm stepping around the shade to get a better angle. We have charged at the shade at the same time, hoping to force it to choose one of us to defend against. The shade shot a bolt of lightning at Kagami's direction. Kagami leapt over the attack and landed on the other side of the shade. I created a number of icy crystals and shot them at the shade, hoping to cover Kagami long enough for an attack. However, the shade simply created a dark flame to melt my projectiles before turning to counter Kagami's attacks. After a few blows, Kagami was forced to retreat. Akumi tapped my shoulder. She was holding her naginata one-handed. She used her free hand to point away from the shade. Check on Cho! Hold it off with Kagami while you do that. I nodded and ran over to where Kagami had pointed. Cho was getting back on her feet, having apparently been slammed into the wall. Pro tip: don't get hit. No shit, Cho. Can you still fight? Cho nodded and smirked. Yeah, it would take more than that to stop me. I almost rolled my eyes at that line, but there wasn't time to complain. Cho and I hurried back to the fight. Tanaka's shade had created an ice shield, was using it to block Kagami's attack, while it fought against Akami. with its Kusadagami. Kusadagami. I can tap back in the game. Oh my god, I'm about tapping out. We need to find an opening. If it just keeps using all their spells against us, we're not going to be able to stop it. Cho nodded and started charging at an electric bolt. I'm going to force it to direct its shield this way. Have alchemy blasted with fire as soon as it does, and we should have a short opening. Wait for my signal then. Wait for my signal. Then alchemy, and I need to get ready to take advantage of it. Kagami, alchemy, Kagami, and I need to take advantage of it. Head over to alchemy and tapped her on the shoulder as I passed by. With that shield when I get the signal. Okay. I moved to Kagami's position and got her attention. As soon as that shield is gone, we strike with each side from each side. Affirmative. The shade seemed to be catching on to the plan because it was too focused on me now. I backed away from the others and had my sword up in defensive stance, waiting for the right moment to call the signal. The darkest shade started walking towards me, losing interest in pushing alchemy back, deflecting Kagami's attacks. The Kusadagama chain began to spin around, and I knew that it would either hit me or grab away my sword if this plan failed. Now! I used my sword that Sho could see the signal, even if she didn't hear me. The shade turned around for a moment, and directed its shield out towards Cho to deflect the electric bolt, as it did. As it did so, alchemy primed a fire blast to melt the shield away. I charged the shade with my sword leveled to pierce its chest. Kagami was also preparing for her strike. As soon as Cho and Kagami's spells hit the shield, it began to melt. Kagami leapt over the shade and inflicted 2 shallow cuts on its shoulders as she was overhead. While the shade tried to reform its shield, I ran it through. My sword entered the shade's torso from the back and pierced through. For a moment, the shade seemed almost surprised. As soon as it began to fade away, it chuckled. Within moments, only black mist remained of the monster. That's one step down. I looked around to make sure the others were okay. She was stretching her shoulders, apparently still aching from being slammed into the wall. Otherwise, they seemed fine. I swallowed and turned towards the nightshade. The nightshade stood perfectly still, as if it were any other plant. The wilted petal seemed to be taunting me. Time to end this for good. I ran over the nightshade, my sword raised, planning to cut its stem in half. When I swung, my sword passed right through the nightshade, not even leaving a scratch. Huh? I threw my sword again, getting the same result. My sword simply didn't connect with the plant at all. Growling with frustration, I stepped in closer and tried to rip it out of the stone with bare hands. Despite all my efforts, I couldn't make the nightshade budge at all. What is this? I turned to see that the others were staring at me. Almost flung my sword out the floor in rage. What the hell? It's right here. All I have to do is destroy it. Why can't you rip it apart? Cho walked over to me and held me back. Let me try. She stepped over the nightshade and cut at it. But that didn't work. He tried to yank it from the floor, but that shade was unaffected. It appears to be invincible, invulnerable. Let me try real quick. Akui created a fireball and touched the nightshade's stem with it, but the nightshade continued to be unharmed. I couldn't take it anymore and flung my sword aside. The sword transformed the petal as it skidded across the floor. Damn it! Why can't I just get over? Why can't it just be over? I tore my hair. I just wanted to scream. It's supposed to be end of day. We should leave for the time being. We have no knowledge of when the shade may regenerate. Yeah, we should go. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see that it was Cho. As much as I hate to admit it, they're right. We'll figure it out after we get to safety. I sighed and nodded. Then, let's just go. After collecting my paddle, good, from the floor, we left the cellar. Nightshade remained a reminder of our failure. After leaving the restricted building, we ended up going to the club room. The first hour or so, I just sat and stared at the table. I couldn't figure out why nothing we did could damage the Nightshade. After going over it for a while, my mind was entirely numb. Akemi entered the club room with 2 trays of food. I hadn't even seen her leave, but she apparently must have decided to go get dinner for everyone. I brought some food if you're hungry. Gami went over the trays and picked a few things to eat. All 4 of us seated at the main table before long. So, what now? I sighed and lowered my head. Seems like we're back at fucking the square one. We need to find a way to destroy the Nightshade, because clearly it can't be easy. Do we have a plan to have action? I cannot think of any means of learning the information we need. Yeah, administration and the director aren't going to give us any more hints at this rate. I sighed and rubbed my temple. We look over what we already have and check the restricted building again. I refuse to believe that there isn't some clue on how to end this fucking plant. It did say it was trying to free itself from this place. So maybe whatever is keeping it here can be used to destroy it for good? Let's hope so. I got up and stretched my shoulders, which were sort of from slumping over an hour. We might as well abide by curfew for tonight. Nightshade isn't going to be able to try anything tonight. That's good. I need some rest after that fight. Yeah, well, good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Cho and Akemi got up and left the club room, taking the diner trays with them. I looked around to make sure I wasn't forgetting anything. Gami was watching me with her dull eyes. I sighed, not wanting to try to figure out what she was wanting right now. You can go ahead, Gami. I'm just checking to make sure I didn't leave anything. Why am I pinged again? Is it important? No! Gami hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Very well, Yue. Please sleep well. I do not want what happened today to cause you sleeping difficulties. Don't worry about me, Gami. I'll be fine. Gami didn't seem to believe me, but she gave the hint of a smile and nodded again. Good night, Yue. Not Miss Yue? Oh my god! Development. Character development. Wow! When we left the room, leaving me all alone. I took a deep breath after another quick look around and determined I had everything. Time to get to sleep, I guess. I headed over to the club room. I headed out of the club room and made my way back to my room. When will this all end? Act 4! Oh! More acts! Ah! 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 Class seems to drag on forever. I had nearly dozed off partway through. Even when I was awake, I kept trying to think of ways to destroy the Nightshade, so I didn't think of any of the lessons lessons got through to me. When class finally ended, I sluggishly grabbed my things and started walking to my room. I didn't get very far before I felt a tapping on my shoulder. I turned to see Gami standing next to me. Are you alright, Yue? You appear fatigued. I didn't really want to admit how tired I was, but it's not like it wasn't obvious. I'll be fine. Just having a hard time sleeping. That is unfortunate. Gami touched her hand to my chin in thought, to her chin in thought, on my chin. Imagine. Then she nodded slowly. Perhaps it would be for the best if we use this day as a break from dealing with Nightshade. After a moment of thinking about how tired I felt, I nodded in response. Might as well. I'll text the others about it. I was about to turn and continue heading back to my room. I noticed that Kagami was frowning, as if she had more to say. Anyway, I may speak to you about something in private. Sure, I guess. I just need to drop my things off and get changed. Would you follow me to my room then? I nodded. Kagami nodded slowly and began to lead the way. Without really thinking too hard about what Kagami might want to talk about, I slugishly followed her to my room, then hers. Eventually came to Kagami's room. I finished typing out the texts to Cho and Alchemy. I sent them before putting my phone in my pocket. What was he going to talk about? Kagami frowned and looked away when I turned to her. While her eyes still seemed as dull as usual, I felt like I could sense some emotion behind that look. I felt like she was uncertain about something. Yue? Give me a second. Over there. Not that one. This one. Give me a second. That's the end of the game. That is the end of the game. Do we have... Let me see how long this game is. I can't tell how long this game is. I can't tell. I can't tell. How close am I to finishing the game? This is not really helpful. Nope, not there. These are not in order. What the fuck? 9, 18, 4. It's not like in order at all. What the fuck? Sorry. I'm looking at this playlist that someone has. It's not in order of anything. Huh? This person did not order the playlist properly. I'm just trying to see how much of this game in this game. I can't tell because this guy didn't put their game in proper chronological order. God damn you. Person from years ago. This is a playthrough from a year ago. And they're still active today, apparently, in gaming. Let's check. 12. Anyway. Scrolling through. Scrubbing their playthrough, trying to see where the fuck there am I. How close I am. 14. I said my fucking 15. Act 4. There is enough for one more stream. So 16 is here. Yeah, okay. You know what? We're gonna just end it here for today. We're gonna end it here today. We're not gonna figure out, we're not gonna learn what Kagami wants to tell us until next week, because there's I think at least about an hour. Yeah, an hour, at least an hour or more of gameplay left, and I do not think I can. I got things to do. I got things to do today. So let me transition over to the chatting screen. Lovely. And let me just double check I save the game on my side real quick, because I am prepared. And no, this. There we go. Okay, and that's it for me today. We're almost done the game. We just like one more stream left, so I'll probably finish it next week. And I'm excited. But, okay, I actually need you to hydrate quick, actually, before we are back. Hydration time, then we're gonna end the stream. Alright, okay, so that is it for me. We are near the end, I think, it seems like, to Eldtrich Academy. And it's been good so far. I mean, it's been pretty interesting so far. A lot of questions that we aren't answered yet. All be answered later on. I assume, you know, when we actually get to the conclusion, we'll figure out what the fuck is up and what's up with the whole nightshade thing and the petals. A lot of interesting questions. A lot of things are going down. But yeah, I'm enjoying the game so far. Please, check it out for yourself. I'm assuming. I think all of the girls, all three girls, have a different route. Each have their own like kind of route. I'm apparently currently on the Kogami route, which is fine. The Kogami route, the little game nerd, your little love, like finding games and mods. It's kind of cute. But that is it for me today. I am having fun. Again, please check out the game yourself. It'll be linked in the description, and also it's in the the VOD on YouTube, of course. And it's also up there on the pinned message. Check the game out yourself. It is quite interesting so far. Interesting. And you'll probably be able to, if you kid yourself, you'll have to deal with my mediocre voice acting. Yay! My inconsistent voice acting. I'm thinking of how to. Actually, we're just closing off. Thank you for hydrating. But, yeah, I have an idea we're gonna grade to. But I'm gonna double check anyone else I know is live. Anyone else I know is alive. Looks like it is a no. Alright, so we're gonna say hi to Mina, who is celebrating their birthday a little early. Their birthday is tomorrow, but they're a little dumb and forgot to book a day off yesterday, so they have tomorrow, so they have to work on their birthday, which kind of is a shame. But let's wish them a happy birthday. Mine is a very lovely, lovely villainess, VTuber. And she loves yaoi. And Yuri as well. She loves yaoi. She's a big fan of yaoi. Most silliest thing in the world. Big fan of yaoi. Anyways. That's it for me today. Next stream will be tomorrow. 3 from EST. It will not be Missy Zakaya because, I want to play my Silk Song. I didn't get to play Silk Song yesterday, so we're gonna be playing Silk Song tomorrow. 3 from EST. See you guys there. If not, hope you have a lovely rest of your day, whatever. Live your week, guys. And until then.